That's the wizard. That's the ball game. Get the ball. Play the game. The only rules are I always win. Oh, I'm cute. I'm trapped in the vortex void. Get me out of the void. In space, no one can hear you. Bah. Speak normally. How's this?
Is better? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Is this good? Hello? Help! I'm in the bathroom now. I need toilet paper. Help!
I'm cute and cute. Cute and right. I'm right that I'm cute. It's cute that I'm right. I'm right cute. Yeah, I got an idea. Let's watch this 5-second long video. Oh wait. Oh shit. Not letting me do the thing. Listen to the audio because it's basically the same idea.
This is crazy. I don't even know this cat. I'm out here. And some cat just came over, started rubbing up against me. I'm out here like at a park. Anyways, rubbing up against me. Everybody knows I'm sweet and good. Shut up! Shut up!
Wait, not that button.
Shut up!
This one?
You know what's right, don't you ruin my life?
Alex Jones to a cat.
You know what's right, don't you ruin my life?
Damn it. I gotta have like an Alex Jones section. That's also not it.
You commit evil! You're part of an evil system!
Didn't I have 3 Alexes? Yeah, these are all blank. Oh, there we go.
You are cursed to hell!
The cat's just like, yeah. And Alex is like,
You are cursed to hell!
do you know what's like? Do you know what's like knowing you ruined my life? You know what's like? You know what's like cutting through the peer pressure and saying that 9/11 was his inside job and losing most of the radio stations I was on? Do you know what it's like knowing I work for a bunch of psychotic killers who are probably gonna kill me one day? Do you know what it's like? Know that you ruined my life? God. If I ever become like that, please give me 1,000 bits. Because there's no going back. I think I narrowly backed out. I just at the last second avoided turning into Alex Jones. Shut up. After 2 months of gaming, I'm finally back to reality, and I couldn't be less excited. Welcome back to the real world, which this is not the real world. This is also a simulation. Well, good thing that finally got bored of that game. Because when it came out, you were saying how you were just gonna like let the game take you away, and that's exactly what happened. Is this the real life, or is this far to see? Um, when was the last time a game just like took up my entire month? I remember when Portal 2 came out, I was glued to that for a while. It was like 13 years ago. Uh, I mean, last year I streamed playing Pizza Tower, and I was obsessed with that. Portal 2 was great. Yeah, and I played it again years later. Co-op, it was really fun. Like there's like a whole game mode for people with friends, and you need friends to play. That sounds funny. Use portals to do silly physics experiments. Used portals to push enemy headquarters into a portal so Dallas wouldn't melt down and only go off harmless in Atlantic Ocean. Please fund my life. I am poor. Yeah. It's like Gmod video that someone made a million years ago. Like when YouTube was new, basically. Maybe like 2010 or whatever. But like stupid fucking video that is now stuck in my head for the rest of my life. Like when someone is like, "What are you working on?" I always think of Gordon Freeman. What are you working on? And he's like, "I've discovered a new radioactive isotope." It's like somebody made a really bad. I have no idea if they meant to, but like someone made like a really intentionally slash unintentionally bad fanfic and that someone else turned into a shitpost video, like a Gmod thing. But you kids these days have no idea what Gmod is, I'm sure. I'm sure you've never seen a Gmod video. Proper way to play Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom is just to mess with the MacGyver mechanics so you get bored and play something else. Yeah, I mean, I didn't play Tick of the Talk, but I'm sure it's just like Breath of the Wild, but with more stuff. So, what is your opinion on Mr. Burcham? I mean, uh, conservative sitcoms, you know, two of them, like conservative animated sitcoms that look like they were put together in 10 minutes, there were two of them that released at the same time, so that's all you need. Two is enough for a pattern. You could easily interpolate or extrapolate from the existing data and make a third one. So I'm just waiting for that third shoe to drop. Let me play some Gario Fuckshine. Oh no! I'm in jail! I'm in jailcation! It's a vacation I'll never wake up from! A vacation I'll never escape from. Love how all the canceled celebrities have formed a coalition of cringe. They're trying to make anti-woke media that absolutely no one likes. Well, they don't need people to like it because, and you know, I know, maybe my first instinct is to get mad at conservatives for sucking so much, but on the other hand, I feel as if they're just doing, or perhaps training AI to do, what they perceive as what liberals already do all the time. Like, you know, let's say you watch an episode of Futurama, and you're not a fan of Futurama, and they make a joke about, like, Richard Nixon or something, and, you know, it pisses you off because you voted for him or whatever. And I don't know, I'm just making this shit up. Like, for example, you know, Futurama makes a joke about Trump or something. And it's like, wow, Trump's head is here, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, this show isn't funny anymore. Like, if you're a conservative. And it's like, how about I make a really crappy, trash conservative sitcom to torture liberals with? Wouldn't that be funny? Those be the tables have turned. I definitely voted for Nixon. Yeah. Well, you know, nobody remembers Nixon, or no conservative would ever defend him either, because officially they all had to, like, abandon him because he was stepping down. Like, you know, if that scandal happened today, he wouldn't be stepping down. He'd just be like, you know, mumbling something about something, and then go right back to it. Liberals are absolutely seething over these animated sitcoms, let me tell you. Writing the streets, lives being changed. I mean, liberals are not the only ones making sitcoms, but I think that is how conservatives perceive them. Like, look at any animated show, and You know, think of how thick they are laying on the gay stuff, or like the lesbian stuff, or the pink hair, the blue skin, or whatever is now just like a woke signifier. You know, like what's an example? Well, you know, there's like that kid who wears a mask, which is a woke signifier. But then you have that character who wears like a what was the like Indian chief football team or whatever? He wears a shirt of that to in the exact same way to signify to the retards watching that this is a conservative now. And yes, retards because not that people with developmental disorders are assholes or anything. I mean people who are willingly stupid, people who allow themselves to be dumbed down. I don't think I would use that word as an insult to make fun of somebody who can't help it. I'm just talking about the people who know better. It's like, don't let all your fucking media tell you what you believe. Don't let your media dumb you down and make your friends on whatever other side of the spectrum believe that you are that dumb, because, you know, like, maybe Futurama had a good point about Nixon being a bad president, but I'm not going to act like this show has done something really brave by having an opinion. I feel like that's how conservatives see themselves. They're like, big conservative. Wait, no, what's the voice for this? It's like Ben Shapiro. It's like, being conservative is the new punk rock. Yeah. Where's my cute face? Amazing how many people were born without mental disabilities but chose to have them. Yeah, I mean, people act a lot dumber than they are, and it's because it gets them internet attention. That's the only reason people act this way, is because they think it'll get them likes and shares. It's like, you know, like what's a good example? What's a good example of like people knowing better, but acting idiotically, or specifically for attention? Am I supposed to? Oh, right, it's a terrible balloon episode. Fuck. Most lol cows. I really liked your first flying dog video. Me and my brother watched it together laughing. Nice. Yeah, the first one's still the best one. Yeah. If you said that to me, I wouldn't be shocked or offended by it. I agree. I've been saying this for years, that if I make any Dog of Wisdom videos, they will be inferior to the original. The original is like imagine you had like a tube of paint, and you just squeeze it out of the tube. It's just like pure yellow. Dog of Wisdom 3 is like, it's like light yellow. It's like pale underwear, like stained underwear yellowing white color. Even our Lord and Savior Chris Chan knew on some level that he was doing it to himself. Well, Chris Chan is a little bit like the Making a Murderer guy, where like you'll never know if he's truly that stupid, because every time something amazing happens, you think this has got to be staged. My God. I hate that I quote that shit. I was doing that this morning, just like, I don't know. I talk to myself all the time, but like this morning I was doing the like whole I'm working on it thing. Like, oh my God, I almost forgot that was a meme. That was a meme for like a year ago, and people were like slowing the Chris Chan and Dad video down to like 3% and having them speak like posh gentlemen, like be like really long-winded about everything. With like the computer voice. You know the thing, man. You saw the meme. You were there online. You were born. Wasn't that long ago, man. It was last year. Was it even last year? I feel like that was more recent. Although time, like my perception of time keeps changing as I get older. So like a year feels shorter than it did. So now I'm just guessing it was a year when it actually felt like 6 months. But there's no way that was only 6 months ago. Anyway, I'm not the meme history guy. No! I hate this level. I hate this level. I'm about to die! Alright. And you have to kill all of these balloons. There's 2. There's 1. I'm fucked. I'm dead. This is the end of the ride. Oh, okay. There's 1 more. 2024 is the shortest year I've experienced. 2014 felt like the longest. Still waiting for Chris Chen to reveal a video that was all performance, that he was Fred Savage across them. There's no way even the most talented actor could ever come up with any of that shit. You know, no talented writer, no talented artist, no AI that's like perfectly trained on it will ever be able to have like that ridiculous shit come out of its mouths. Like imagine how fucking ridiculous it would be if Hollywood made a movie about Chris Chan. They would get it all wrong. Well, also they would never do that because it's too mean. And Hollywood is nice people who were never mean, who never go to jail, never get arrested and go to jail. Barb is actually a character actor, not his mother. Therefore, it was just regular sexual assault, not incest. Yeah, that was some good incest acting. That was some good 99-year-old demented old lady getting raped acting. Except it wasn't acting. I mean, Chris sort of acts like he's in a movie a little bit. Chris is a little bit like Rumpelquest, the way he like sees himself as like a great hero or something. Is Chris like Don Quixote? Was Don Quixote autistic? Is this the thing that is this the thing that we've just been like dancing around? That like Don Quixote was autistic and just had like, well, I mean, he had more than autism. He had schizophrenia and personality disorder. Like he has like identity disorder. He's lost the person that he was before and has become a great hero. But you know, he's the same demented old fuck. I don't know. I can't even read Don Quixote. Have you ever tried reading it? It's like impossible to read. like every book, not just like James Joyce's Ulysses, but like every book I've ever tried to read was too hard. So, have you ever played Roblox? No, I have not. Although, I am a little bit curious about Roblox because I think of it as like the metaverse if it was successful, the metaverse if it was real, the kid currency that has probably replaced cash in our society, because kids don't spend money in real life. Like you can't give a credit card to a kid. Like, you have to be 18 or older to go. Like, fuck that. Give kids like some currency, and I guess Roblox is the answer. But whether or not it's actually good, I'm not sure. I'm sure there's plenty of abuse. I'm sure there's creeps on it pretending to be kids. It's like a safe social network for kids that's not actually safe. On the other hand, that being said, I feel like it's probably the best thing they've got. Like, where else are kids gonna hang out online? Twitter? Discord? I mean, at least Roblox is distasteful to some adults. I look at that shit and think, like, how the fuck can you play this? It's like the ugliest game I've ever seen. But I have thought about getting into it, making my own shit for it, because I heard that you can make games and you can make some money on Roblox. But I also heard, this is just what somebody in the chat said and Meredith repeated. Someone said that it's not very good money. I mean, what about YouTube? YouTube's not very good money either, and I still do that shit. Like, what am I gonna put my shit on the Play Store, monetize it with ads? I'd rather some kid give me a fake currency that I can exchange for real money. Even if it's not like worth much. At least it's like some semblance of an online economy. Nothing is good money anymore. No, I mean, Roblox, I'm sure like Roblox currency is worth about as much as like Twitch bits. Like you pay more for it than you get. And, if you manage to make a living, great. But most people into it do not make a living. How currency works. So I don't know if you can blame online tokens or well, when it comes to cryptocurrency, it's all like memes and hype cycles. So like, the value goes up and the usefulness goes down. Or at least that's my interpretation of events. Like, the more Bitcoin is worth, the less we can do with it. It's hard to make money on YouTube? Yeah. Yeah, it's hard. Have you been on YouTube for a while? Like, do you remember 10 years ago? Do you remember, like, the 2000s? Because, things sucked then too, but I think there were a lot less fuckers on YouTube trying to there were a lot less Finding Nemo seagulls being like mine, like trying to get attention that other people were getting at first, and then new people come in and steal all that attention. Back in the 2000s, there was a pandemic of reply girls, which were just girls with nothing really prepared. They don't have a thing like written down. They're just going off the cuff like I'm doing right now. But their breasts were hanging out, like, in a way that was still allowable by YouTube. They were just like, okay, just watch this video, Dog of Wisdom. That was pretty good. There was a dog, and this whole time you're just staring at her cleavage. You're not even listening to what she's saying. But, airheaded as she may have seemed, that was actually pretty clever, that you could literally just like steal other people's content, and then the Fine brothers existified. They started doing that bullshit, but without the titties, which I think may have at some point been abolished. I don't know if you can't do it anymore. I think they just made it so you can't monetize it, so nobody bothers. Yeah, Reply Girl is really fun. Those things were like, oh yeah, there was also a feature called Replies that they got rid of, where you could make a video reply to someone's video, and they got rid of that shit because it's too easy for people to piggyback that shit on popular videos. Where am I supposed to go? Oh, right, it's this stupid mission. Doing all the missions I was like, I didn't feel like doing. Every channel you named effectively no longer exists. Like, yeah, Oni, Game Grumps, AVGN, Nostalgia Critic. Okay, so you remember the stuff from late 2000s to like mid 2010s. Yeah, so yeah, you were there at basically the beginning when Nostalgia Critic was, well, when I still watched Nostalgia Critic. I guess there was a time when I would come home from school. You know, I was in college at the time. I'd come home from school, make myself a snack, and eat some eat some terrible content. You know, some Nostalgia Critic. Like, I really like this game, especially the casino. But why is it that Mario jumps and then the coin appears? It doesn't make any logical sense. Like, the Nostalgia Critic gets tired after a while. I listened to Yahtzee and the Nostalgia Critic. Yahtzee is also like a game reviewer, and he would make like really brushed animations while speaking with like with no spaces in between his words. Yeah, I mean, these guys are okay, but maybe there's a reason why I stopped watching. Because other better things became available to me. I can only handle so much of Doug pretending to be mad at children's media I will literally never watch. Yeah, like, you know, AVGN, very similar content. I was talking about how AVGN was like a finite resource, right? Like, it's like a mine, and if you go into this mine, which is like full of childhood memories, you'll find all the most frustrating parts of NES games. But it's a mine, so it's finite. You're not going to be able to do that until you're 60. I mean, he'll give it a go, but the anger just isn't there anymore. He's the chill video game nerd acting angry. Well, he was always acting, but the anger was still real because he was summoning the anger from when he was a kid. He's still angry. But yeah, you can only get so angry. He's not actually angry at games he's never played before and are just like, oh, that's bullshit. He's angry at things that he's trying to figure out what he's angry at now, because he's gotten angry for so many years at so many things that he was mad about for a long time already. But yeah, those things, you know, Yahtzee would play new games, but like, you know, that gets tired too when you hear the same criticism of games. Alright, this fucker's dead. Oh, it's so hard! Oh, this game for babies is so hard! Alright, one more hit. But yeah, what was I saying? YouTube is not as easy to make a living on because there's so many people on it. There's like a billion YouTubers. There's enough YouTubers for a country, a YouTuber country that would last 2 weeks and then everyone would die. Hey, I'm out YouTuber country. Hey, YouTube country, out in the country. I heard there's a water shortage, but should be cool. I got bottled water. I got LaCroix. Fuck you! Oh my god. Give me my pep. No! Why do I like this game so much? It's because of the things you do when you're not playing, not the actual game itself. Well, maybe because this game is so frustrating, that's why it's popular with speedrunners. Because it's like it's more of an accomplishment. Are there some like really shitty games that speedrunners love? Like games you would never play casually? I don't want the coins. Give me one. Golem was a popular one to ironically do runs of. Yeah, I want to see what's so shitty about it. So like somebody who's like really good at it could like actually get through the whole game. I don't know what's bad about it, but Some cow is speedrunning Alf for the Sega Master System. That sounds like a good piece of shit. Do a run of. Buggy, terrible graphics, extremely boring and tedious gameplay. You know, this game has its issues, but Nintendo never apologized for it. I think apologizing for a game is the mistake you make. They apologized for Golem, which is becoming increasingly common for game studios to apologize for the shittiness or like you know, unfinishedness of a game. We're sorry. Seriously sorry. Oh, let's go the Beyond. Still have this. They're like, do I have to like go find it in a level? Nintendo took down the Mario characters in Gary's mod. Take it down. I guess there's like the Steam upload store. That's so stupid. Nintendo's gotta go. They're out of control. They think they're Disney. They're like stop, go burr. You're not Disney. Stop with the fucking theme parks and movies. Like, I mean, you know, I can't tell them what to do. They're going to do what makes money, but I think over time it might make less money if they cheapen their company's name with all these like come on, did you see that fucking Illumination movie? Horrible. Like, did these people even play the games? Did these people even like Mario? It didn't seem that way, or you know, something like that. I don't think you have to be a gamer, but I think you need to have some idea of what it is. And those fucking movies, by which I mean every fucking movie, doesn't allow a creator or single voice to ever exist. Like, you're not allowed to say Mario. Like, Mario. It has to be Mario. They're not even gonna have a character pronounce it Mario as a joke, which would have made me mad still, but I would appreciate it if they didn't create an environment where you get teased so much for saying it differently. Like, they're stupid about the fucking IP thing. Like, remember a few years ago, there was a news article that was like, there's a reason why every character in Paper Mario is just a blank, soulless, nameless toad. It's because Nintendo says it is impossible to add new characters to the Mario series. What the fuck is this? What, you spent 25 hours in a meeting with lawyers, so now it's impossible to add new characters? Like, oh yeah, we had to copyright like that like little Noki guy that I just walked past, the little shell dude with glasses. He's copyrighted and trademarked. I had to talk to my lawyers in 15 languages for 25 hours just to make sure that nobody's going to steal my fucking guy. And we had to do these stupid meetings just so we could have another stupid meeting with the Gmod people. Tell them that we're going to, you know, by meeting I mean email. By email I mean meeting, because it could have been an email and it wasn't. Well, I don't make shit up. Oh no! Help! Like, I'm sure whatever had to be done to get Mario off of Gmod, I'm sure it was a waste of everybody's time. Just like stupid, pointless lawyering that doesn't help anyone. Like, imagine like a 60-page essay talking about how Nintendo has filed for the rights to use Grandpa, this character, for like t-shirts and toys and advertisements and television shows and commercials and placemats and TV dinners and NFTs and cryptocurrencies and automatic weapons and scented candles. Like, they're going to do everything with the Noki Grandpa guy that they don't even remember they own. Like, no offense, but that's retarded. Like, that's a form of retardation. like, are you kidding me with this Mario thing? He's just a video game character. Like, anyone can come up with that shit. The effort you've spent trying to protect it is precisely why people want to steal it so bad. They get a little kick out of it, a sick little kick. Like when I made Mario getting slapped by Sonic. Yeah, that was fun. Sick little kick. Well, you know, I guess that's a little different from somebody using the actual game models in Gmod to make monetized YouTube content. But even that, like, fucking assholes at Nintendo know what we make. We don't make shit. You're taking away $14 from a 14-year-old. fucking assholes. Mario, you fucking, pig. You capitalist pig. He like shows his watch. Like, look at my watch. You look at my watch. It's what you cost more than your car. It's pretty nice, huh? Oh, no! Imagine Mario's a millionaire. Well, if he was, he wouldn't have to pick up coins. But then, like, you get to a point in the game where you have 9999 coins, and getting them does nothing. But you're still getting them because I'm brainless playing this game. What the hell? They stole 14 bucks. The apology from the Gollum team was proven to be written by AI, which was just the cherry on top. Wow. I mean, I'm not that shocked. I gotta give him credit for getting creative with AI. Creative in quotes. Cause it's hard to actually be creative with AI unless you're ripping people off for their money, like the Willy Wonka shit. That's, you know, creative in an evil way. There was like a t-shirt a long time ago that was like, it's fun to use learning for evil. That was like some early internet shit. As a company, they are generally scummy and have terrible marketing. That's true. They've always had awful commercials for their games, which were usually pretty good. They would have terrible ads for them. And they've, you know, I think they've been out of control in the last few years now, but they've always been like serious, like, go fuck yourself company. Like, Nintendo releases the new thing that you have to buy. They're not like Sony, who produces the stupid fucking thing that doesn't fucking work. Like, there's a 15-year-old Onion video about a new Sony product called the stupid fucking thing that doesn't fucking work. Nintendo, at least, has never had that issue. Except for the Joy-Cons, which is a recent thing. Nintendo products were always solid. They always lasted forever. They were very proud about that, and they made a little tribute at their NYC store to the blown up Game Boy from the Gulf War. There's like a Game Boy from a soldier in a barracks. You know, I don't think the soldier was killed. I don't think anybody was home. But like, a barracks was blown up in the Persian Gulf, and the Game Boy was completely melted, but it works. So they have that Game Boy still playing Tetris at the Nintendo store, unhindered to this day, chugging along, doing its job like it always did. I mean, I'm sure playing it would be awkward, but anyway, I was saying Nintendo always had solid products. Like, I mean, even the Nintendo DS, I dropped that thing 100 fucking times and it never broke. And then one day I stepped on it and it broke. You know, that'll do it. You step on anything hard enough, it'll break. But like, Nintendo controllers were always just like they always lasted forever. Even when the wire got all frayed, there was nothing wrong with the controller. I think the shittiest controller they ever made was the N64 one. That wore out. And my GameCube controller, the rubber part on the joystick wore out. But other than that, they're not exactly known for their products sucking and breaking, even after heavy use. What they're known for is coming up with bullshit peripherals and accessories that need to play this fucking game. You know, like I was thinking about how I never played Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles for the GameCube, and I don't know anything about it besides the fact that it's 4-player. So one, I never had friends, or my friends wanted to play some other shit like Halo, and I never got to play that because my friends didn't have GameCube. They all thought it was gay. Nobody was a Final Fantasy fan. I didn't have friends. like it comes down to like if you're playing a game that everyone likes, you have friends. You know, if you're playing Halo 2 or GoldenEye 007, suddenly it's like I'm surrounded by boys. We're all being boys playing these boy games. But if you play anything with even like the hint of strawberry flavor, everyone's like, gay. Like, look at this game. It is the fruitiest Mario game they've ever made, and all of them are pretty fruity. Speaking of fruit, let me get that guy. You throw a fruit at him. No, but like, yeah, like, boys were embarrassed to talk about this shit. They were embarrassed, like, when I was a camp counselor, in my 20s, the boys were embarrassed to admit they liked iCarly. They only admitted it because I was saying iCarly's funny. It's like a girly show. And it's like they were shy about it, but they're like, yeah, I watch iCarly. I think it's funny. And then they admitted very bravely that it was something they were too embarrassed to admit they liked until everyone around them was saying it. iCarly actually hit with me, even though I never watched those shows. Like, when I was growing up, I never watched anything live action on Nickelodeon. But then, like, in my 20s, I was like, iCarly, it's funny. Hey, I have an idea. I have an idea. What if we made a sitcom about teens? And what if they took off their shoes and socks? Wouldn't that be funny? I'm laughing. Yeah, the guy who made iCarly, he's not in jail, but should be. And you know, this is once again, like, you know, just like with John K, which is, you know, he's quite a tricky bitch. He is hero and villain. He is both. We have to give him a little credit. You have to give me a little credit for saving cartoons. It was me, not Ralph. Me. Remember Ren and Stimpy? It was your favorite when you were 6 and far too young to be watching it. Ow! All right. Did I get the? No, I still didn't fight the fucker. Where'd he go? Face him? Pop, 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 pop. Pop, pop. Alright. Got this shit. Hands without labels. What a shit show. Yeah. Why you? Sorry, I'm talking to my chat like they're responsible for this. Why do you guys give him $60,000? He was obviously just going to squander it. Should have given it to me. Cat without labels. Cat. What if Ralph Bakshi did Ren and Stimpy? What if Egoraptor did Ren and Stimpy? What if Egoraptor did Super Mario Sunshine? Oh god, what is this place? Oh god, I'm on vacation. I'm on way, I'm on vacation. And then he goes up to this Pianta lady. It's like, oh my god, you have huge boobs. Oh my god, the ass. Super Mario Awesome. Or Awesome Mario Sunshine. Awesome Mario Sunshine! What if Egoraptor did Mario Sunshine? This is a good question. Why didn't he do Mario Sunshine? Not awesome? Are you saying it's not awesomeness? Awesomeness? Awesome? Which is a fun 80s throwback for the 2010s. Oh my god, it's the 2010s! Oh my god, everything's awesome, the 2010s! Everything is awesome in the 2010s. Awesome Sunshine. No, it has to be super or awesome Mario Sunshine. Well, Super Mario Awesome just could be any Mario game. Like literally any of them. Super Mario Awesome. Well, maybe that's funnier. Whatever happened to the Awesome series? Stopped if that's not awesome. I mean, you know, we had to move on from awesome, right? Like, it's like Dog of Wisdom. Dog of Awesome! Think I'm going to bark at nothing! Parody all versions of Mario at once. while also parodying Egoraptor's videos, making like a what do you call it? Like a video essay about why Zelda Ocarina of Time is bad. I mean, I'm glad somebody said it. I liked that game. That game was a direct hit for me. So I don't know if I was ever able to see it such a critical eye as he was. He's like a year or two older than me. I think that has something to do with it. That like you see the like, you know, you play Pokemon when you're 10 years old, it's over. If Pokemon came out when you were 10 years old, it's over for you. You know, same thing goes if you're like 6 or 7 or like 18 even. But like seriously, when you're like when you're the same exact age as the main character, it's all over. Like it was made specifically for your age group. It doesn't mean you'll necessarily like it, but if you do like it, then you're going to like it more now than ever. You know, like when I was 10 years old, I was fucking obsessed with Pokemon. And I did play some of the other games when I got older, but nothing will ever be as special as the first run through, beating the Elite Four the first time with your first Pokemon, being 10 years old and doing all that. Okay, so oh man, Meredith's not here, but I should talk to her about. We should play Pokemon. I'll put that one on the list. Put that one on the Thingus to play list. What else would people say? Want to do cleanup animation for my cartoon? What is your smoothing brush and flash? 30%? I mean, there's no good answer. You're gonna have to just experiment to find the one that you prefer. Like, let's get less depressed. You ever watch Bridge Kids? They use a low smoothing in Bridge Kids. I have it set to 50, but they have it set to like 0, or maybe a little bit teeny bit higher than 0. Like make it like 20. Watch Bridge Kids on YouTube. It's really funny. Like these two kids. There's more of them. It's like it's a little bit painful sometimes. It's a little pain. But like they have that look that I used to do before I got obsessed with like smoothing everything. Maybe I need to go back. I need to go back to low smoothness because it's a cool look. I don't know. I like all different. Shut up, dog! Oh my god, that dog is just like barking at me. Alright. Sorry, I'm just like doing a drawing. This is what it looks like with 0. Okay? So, and I'm also just drawing with a mouse. I don't have my pen. With a pen, here, let's draw with a pen. Here it is with like pen pressure. Brush. You can zoom in, see how grainy it is. This is what it looks like at 0 smooth, which is I used to do all my shit with 0. You could see some of my older videos. Did the Bridge Kids cartoon parody? My smoothing brush was 0. Cool. Was there a Thingus last night? Oh yeah, there sure was. Let me go to Meredith's video, export it to YouTube. We did a little DOS games. We played some Stein. I did very badly. We played a little bit of Stewed. Did some Oregon Trail, which it is really funny how bad I was doing at that. Alright. We gotta get SpongeBob back. Yep. Well, that was an in joke since I was like 15. Me and my sister have been doing that joke since we were kids. Like she's also 15 because my twin sister. So like we were kids and we would watch the show, and we loved the show. We were big SpongeBob fans, but we were already starting to see the seasonal rot. You know, even when we were really young, like 7 years old, we were talking about how shitty Scooby-Doo was compared to other cartoons. We talk about how like Rugrats stopped being good, and we like smelled it instantly like a used diaper. Tell even when we were, well, you know, I don't know if I was able to tell by myself or if my older sister was the one who illuminated us, because she was way more savvy with that shit. She took a very powerful interest in the arts and animation when she was very young, and as a result, so did me and my other sister. And my older brother didn't give a shit. He didn't like cartoons, but yeah, we watched Rugrats. We watched, you know, we were a little older. We watched SpongeBob, and we were aware that like the new ones are bad. Oh, the dogs. They're cute. But like, yeah, that is just an unfortunate thing that like you have to experience very young a show rising and falling. Like, you know, the Simpsons took like 10 years almost before it was unwatchable. And well, I guess so did Rugrats, because well, no, Rugrats died a little bit sooner. Rugrats only had like 2 or 3 good seasons before the show ended. Without them actually ever announcing it, the show ended and went on hiatus for like 3 years. And then when they brought it back, everything was bad. It was stinky. It wasn't the same shit. The executives demanded that they make Angelica less of a bully, and that was like the cornerstone of the show. Like, the whole reason the show is good is because Angelica bullies them. Like, they're just stupid babies to her, and without her being there to bully them, it's just a stupid show about stupid babies. You turn into Angelica watching it, feel like, you dumb babies! And what kind of value do we get out of a show that's just like about dumb babies, where nothing dark happens? I love how dark and like creepy that show can get, and like, not disturbing really. It's not that disturbing. It's just awkward, or it's just like unusual. Like, imagine like a weird distorted image of something you don't even know what it is. That's the establishing shot of every episode of the early seasons of Rugrats. A highly distorted animation of an indistinguishable object or thing. You're a flash animator, not a grease pencil guy. Well, I'm learning grease pencil. So yeah, I can answer some questions about it. Crumplecrust. Look, he's back. Yeah. I'll race you to the top of that twig, but I warn you, I'm very fast. My record is 30 hours. Eat that if you can. You dare. Oop. Ah. Wee. Do. No. Crumplecrust is actually more like Wario. He's He's an evil protagonist. Yeah, they exist. No! Oh my god, that was so close. Fuck ass! You are nothing but a rank amateur. You are like a fat snail. Die, pistachio! I will eat you. I hope some redneck was clever enough to make Super Mario Moonshine. Tell it. Yeah, that sounds like the name of a mod where, like, the gravity is low or something. Mario is drunk. Oh, games where you get inebriated. Need more of that shit. First one I ever played was probably Conker's Bad Fur Day, where you drink and then you can barely walk. Then there's another game, BioShock, where you have to eat and drink to live, and some of the drink has alcohol in it, and it gives you health and it hurts you. Getting drunk in Red Dead is hilarious. Oh yeah, I haven't played that game. That's a classic, right? Red Dead Redemption. Ah! All right, I can't like jump into him. I thought you could just like go through him, but he like bonks you out. Oh! We're like a fat, disgusting walrus with no friend. Fuck. Speaking of walrus, I feel like there's like a lot of cartoons that influence Rumpelcuss, but probably Tennessee Tuxedo is the dominant one right now. Should I make it a little bit educational? I feel like I shouldn't. but on the other hand, I really like the educational segments in Tennessee Tuxedo. They don't waste too much of your time with them, and sometimes you actually learn something. The drunk mechanic is very realistic. There's a part in you can get drunk in GTA, and your driving starts getting erratic. Your focus starts getting unfocused. You start looking away. You have to like keep your head up. That shit is cool. That shit was really cool. I imagine that it's probably a lot of the same code in Red Dead Redemption. Just like there's no cars. It's like yeah, it messes with your controls, makes your vision wobbly. Oh, Earthbound. That was an earlier game where you get high. You get mushroomed. If a mushroom enemy gives you a mushroom, it fucks up your controls. So up is down, left is right, and then they keep cycling. It's a pain in the ass. Make it educational, but teach completely false or incorrect things. Well, I feel like everything is going to be inconsistent. Like, you know, a map of the world that appears in Rumpelquest is no more that's no more something to go by than Bender saying that he's 40% titanium, and then he says he's like 40% aluminum, and then he says like 40% something else. Fred is a good teacher. He knows how to use Blender. Yeah, Fred is good at he's good at holding your hand through just about anything. You're like a YouTube poop of Sonic says, Tails, old people are unusually old and often die. Oh, it's this stage. This McFuckus of a level. There's like a hard way. There's the intended route. Then there's the fucker route. There's actually a speedrunner route that I cannot do. and I'm not going to try. Like, what they do is they probably have to do it on the first cycle, which means they start running as soon as the level starts and they don't stop. And they jump onto this thing, perfectly walk across this beam, do a long jump onto that bubble guy, and then take like 2 damage from the lava, but still make it to the other side somehow. Could do the way that I figured out. It's easier, but it's also kind of hard still. I could still die. Like they took away your water, so the whole level is dangerous. You can't just spray it. There's a bird shitting fire above me. Ah! So fucked. But yeah, what was it talking about? Yeah, Crumplequest is back. By cartoon. It's a show on Nickelodeon. And there's cursing and food. The characters get drunk and get killed, and the blood is red. I mean, that's actually oh my god, there's no coins anywhere. Oh my god, just kill me. That's so annoying. There was a chance I had many years ago to pitch Crumplequest to Nickelodeon, but there's too many issues with that. You're not allowed to shatter glass. Like the thing that I got out of that meeting was a lot of information about SpongeBob, like the pitch Bible materials, and the fact that they're not allowed to shatter glass. Now, they said that having a glass shattering sound effect is a-okay, but cannot show actual glass shattering for some reason. I don't know why. Just like don't show anything that little kids could reproduce because it's being shown to little kids. Like SpongeBob is being shown to 3-year-olds. It's being shown to no-year-olds. It's being shown to children whose brains don't even work, who don't even know anything, but they can recognize a yellow shape. Baby is like goo goo gaga. That is like SpongeBob's on. It's like, oh yeah, I know this guy, the yellow square. Like they have like blocks and those like square colored peg things. Like, yeah, a yellow square is even more of a basic thing than 3 circles. You know, we joke about how Mickey Mouse is everywhere because that's what a water atom looks like. But as far as shapes go, I feel like a square is even more basic than a circle. And the 3 circles? What do you even call that? That shape doesn't have a name. It's called Mickey Mouse, which takes too long to say compared to SpongeBob. Oh, fuck. What do you do if you suffer from an extreme flatulence problem? Watch what you eat. Don't eat so much pasta. Don't eat so many carbs. Don't eat so many vegetables that make you fart. Don't eat so many beans that make you fart. I mean, these are all good things, like vegetables and beans. Like, they will make you fart. You know, broccoli. Probably just, like, bread, too. Like, you ever see how much, like, gas comes out of pasta when you add it to boiling water? It's, like, full of air. You know, you drink soda. That'll make you belch. They'll also make you fart. How long are we on vacation? Not long. I get this one already? They should give Mario a metal detector. Put him in Mine fuck you, mother. Not thine up? Think watch it, so nobody crashed into him. Give me the rocket. Rocket shit to do. Is FrumpleQuest smart enough to scam Captain Knuckles? I mean, he ripped off his existence. So. Mario's a true menace. Yeah, he's kind of a bast. Although they add like Shadow Mario and Wario and Il Puntissimo to make him look good, you know. You can't be bad Mario if there's a bad Mario right next to you. Makes you look better. And Luigi is also a bad Mario, sort of. Check it out. It's what my lines look like in Flash. Do you see it? Like it's like what Bridge Kids looks like. It's got like clearly pixelated, but also a little bit smoothed out by like a smoothing algorithm. Like, yeah, like you'll notice that when I was drawing in Flash, it didn't have, like, even Zero wasn't completely smooth. I'm gonna save that coin. Good thing I didn't save after. Wait, shit. Shit. Did I like not save and get game over? Maybe I saved after dying. All right, we're gonna make it. All right, now I'll coin. No! Yep, there's always the chance of that happening. No! Oh wow, that's so nice. They don't give you the rocket nozzle back. Somewhere else. Come back to that one. Maybe do the intended route. You going to finish Super Mario Sunshine? I might finish it before the summer's over. 13 according to Nintendo. Yeah, but who at Nintendo? We need a proper source. We need to know if he's at least 25. Not at least 25. And I'll be telling certain people that they should die. What you say will change lives. Make sure that what you say is that he's 25. Yeah, I feel like they definitely got this way over time, where they're like want to control how you perceive it instead of just like allowing you to interpret it. They want you to perceive it the way it was intended. They don't want you to think about it your own way. We don't want people to think things. We don't want people to think. We don't want people to think things, or then they might get ideas. Nintendo didn't kill Charles Martinet. See, there's proof. The Mario sample that's been recycled from every single game. Yeah, like, you don't need him. It's so easy to just impersonate him. Like, although I actually kind of didn't like the voice they got from Mario. It didn't sound quite right to me. Sounded like maybe a little too manic, not really friendly enough. Where's the bath? Why? You! Get me out of there. God, get me out of the diarrhea. Diarrheal candy. Fucker! After a single conversation with Mario, I would never want to speak to him again. He'd be like, "The fuck are you looking at?" And I'd just turn away and not look back and not make eye contact. What if Mario said the N-word? What if Mario said the F? Mario said the N? That'd be awesome. Mario killing giant baby plant monster in diarrhea puddles. Yeah, that title wouldn't fit on the box, so they had to call it Mario Sunshine. Mario Poop Shine. Hey! Back. Too far away, now I'm too close. Yeah, every boss in this game is bullshit. My controller's not working. Oh, there we go. Mario Power Wash there. Yeah. Yeah. There's games like about power washing. Ah, shit! Hey. Oh no, my belly is expanding to 10 times its normal size. Ow, how embarrassing for me. I'm turning into diarrhea and fading away. Yeah, don't look at Blahnik's commissioned works. Blahnik and literally Hitler are on the same forum. They're in like the same Discord. Yeah, Blahnik is literally Hitler's patron. Or no, like, yeah, Blahnik wants to inflate to, you know, like, you know, maybe 20 times his normal size, nothing crazy, and then explode into diarrhea. And he wants to explode into diarrhea, but he also wants to get covered in diarrhea. So he He explodes. There's two of him. He explodes and gets covered in the explosion. Right, that's the part I couldn't show in my cartoon. It just abruptly ends. Like, literally Hitler has no problem drawing that. Is Blahnik a Discord mod? Yeah, Blahnik has his own original Discord. The 100 coins in this game are so much worse because the red coins don't count. Also, you have to choose like the right episode for enough coins to be there. Sometimes there's just not enough coins. How many Goombas has Mario killed? I'm sure when he gets to heaven, he'll find out. Oh, how many Marios have died? You're gonna find selves in heaven. When you die and go to heaven, you meet your past selves because they're also in the past. Oh my god. Gotta get all of them. No, I don't know if I'll have enough. Anyway, what were we talking about? Mario's voice? I mean, I always hated Mario's voice, but I got used to it eventually. Mario's voice is like, take it or leave it. He could have sound effects, or he could say stuff. And it looks like in Mario Wonder they kind of went for little of each. They have little, they brought back like the little sound effect when he jumps. Sounds kind of like a fart sound. Yeah, that game has inexplicable inflation. Well, I don't know, not really. I don't know about the transformation. I feel like I'm not in love with the elephant. Like who put this here? Like which one of you guys insisted that Mario transforms into an elephant? Yeah, like it doesn't seem to follow like the same convention as the other animal characters where you're like in a costume. This is like you become an elephant. You know, Mario wears like a cat costume and takes on some cat characteristics. It's like it's awkward because yeah, it makes me think of Shantae, whose entire life is this shit. You know, turning into animals is like her whole life. Mario does it once, and for everything else it's just a hat or a costume. Mario's a Republican. Oh, okay, so that's why he becomes an elephant. He saw two guys holding hands and transformed into an elephant. You know, like that's like normal for Shantae to do, to transform into an elephant. It's normal for Widget the World Watcher to do. He transforms into animals. And Mario puts his hat on to monsters, becomes them. I skipped Mario Wonder. It's like, how many times do we need to revisit and perfect Mario? I mean, we haven't even revisited Mario 2 even once. You guys have never made a single Super Mario 2 turnip throwing fun 2D adventure, and you've made like 60 trillion Super Mario Brothers games where you can play as 4 people. Like, they've never even made one sequel to like, which is one of the best Mario games. They never made a sequel of this shit either, which when I think about it, I guess it could have used a bit of like better design maybe. There's some crap in this game, but ultimately I still love it because of its fun mechanics. There's no other games that really let you jump around with a jetpack, is there? Where'd it go? Down there. He takes one sip of woke brand beer and the Popeye music plays and Mario transforms into a pissed off elephant. Gores everyone with the tusks. Yeah. There should be a parody of the new Norm called the new Mario, and he's like an incel. Like, women don't like it to me. He gets like a 1-up mushroom, and it's like rainbow. Or no. Something they actually did change is they took the star, the Starman, and like that was yellow. That was just like yellow always. And that at some point that became rainbow. So Mario would just be looking that with a raised eyebrow and be like, what the fuck is this shit? What'd I do? I'm missing a normal star. I'm just a normal Mario. It's like, Mario, what even is that accent? It's a normal. What'd I do? What'd I say? Fuck you up. I'ma fuck you up. And they'll make a Mario game where the gimmick is like he's got like a, I don't know, he's got like a boat. I mean, there's a Mario game where he's surfing that I played for like 5 minutes and hated so much. Mario's Time Machine. This game, I mean, out of all the gimmicky Mario games, I feel like this one's the most fun. Like the hat is also fine, but not like, I don't know. I feel like this game still looks better than all the other Mario games they've made since. You know, the art they have in Splatoon is like a little bit like this. Any coins left? I only have 40. Anime comedy tackling divisive issues facing America through family-friendly lens, providing a shared space to laugh together. 1.3 out of 10 on IMDb. Wow. Yeah. Well, yeah, the new norm should just, it like, the people who made it don't need to make any more, because now you can just run the new norm through an AI and it'll shit out synopsises per episode. Like, you know, you pick what you like, and then you get another AI to shit out the voices, the music, the script, the editing. I don't know if you could do editing and like shitty like new norm flavored animation with AI, but it really feels like you should, because it's crap, and it should, you know, if AI makes it crap, then that's all they really deserve. But yeah, it feels like it's unmanned. That should be the name of my parody of the new norm, unmanned, where it's like the show is clearly written by an unmanned machine with like no curation, and like no taste and no idea, and like it doesn't even like stay on topic. And it's about a guy named Manny who feels emasculated in his everyday life, looking at the rainbow logo on his beer can or whatever. You know, it could straight up copy the plot from the new norm. It doesn't even need to be original, because the new norm isn't. It just like copied a bunch of shit, like the robot from WALL-E. There's like AI music. It's really fucked up that like this is like an AI's idea of what humans want to watch, and it's really off. I mean, you know, the things it is good at are like just like being someone you can yell at and not facing any consequences. Like an NPC in a game, or like an enemy in a game. I feel like that's what AI is best at, because everything it makes is like, I can't use this for anything. The people who use this for anything are always a laughing stock. Will AI take over? I mean, it already did like 20 years ago, but it doesn't have to take over literally every space. Like, AI has not taken over. Like, if you're only interested in art made by passionate people that isn't just like pure corporate algorithm produced audience proven slop, then you're already trying to survive in the world of AI, because for years now they've been making decisions based off of data, and AI is nothing but data. Like, it doesn't have opinions, it doesn't have its own feelings, it has biases, but only about things that you pose to it. So, you know, you can try and describe. It's always faster to just like draw it with a pencil. So that'll always be superior. But like, it's not gonna take over. It'll give some really shitty people the tools to measure up to like some you know, like the Willy Wonka thing. They somehow were able to convince enough people that that was like an official thing with like real art, and it was like an actual event, not like a really half-assed slapped together bullshit. Like, people actually just ignored the like botched text. It's like, yeah, for those people, AI is taking over. AI scams those people on a daily basis. I'm sure of it. What about robots? Well, we have those too. We have people online who we think are real people, but they're AI, and they're sort of being used to influence others. You know, the influence. Like, you have shitty fucking influencers who are just a cartoon that like use a AI image of themselves for the thumbnail. Yeah, you see that shit? I dodged that guy because I was like hanging on the ledge for 1 second. I might have to leave though. I don't think there's any more coins. There's Yoshi's Cruise Adventure? Yeah, I don't think we're gonna make it. Surprised Gina Carano is not involved in the new norm. But I don't know who that is, but I don't think there's anyone. I don't think anyone makes the new norm. Well, are there voice actors, or is it all just like one guy using a voice changer? I know that music was AI. I know that the script was probably AI. You know, like, just I guess just, you know, don't get a taste for it because it's really crap, but like, learn how to sniff it out so that you don't waste your time on shitty shows made by a you know, generated a script that makes a script. You know, like, I think it's possible to use it for good. I think it's possible to make actual art, but it's gonna be like 1% of people who use it. It's gonna be like none of the art. You're never gonna see any of it in your lifetime. It's like there is someone actually on YouTube, like, you know, against all odds, someone who makes YouTube shorts using AI generated images has won me over. There's this guy who makes, I mean, it's the same fucking guy. You've all seen it, that like Mario, that like Dr. Mario thing. He also makes things with like dogs and like a dog family, and it's like realistic dogs wearing like a mom dog. There's like, the mom is a husky wearing like curlers, and the son is like a chihuahua wearing like a propeller beanie. It's like, it's hilarious because it's like realistic images of dogs dressed up and acting like people and like using smartphones and like talking, and like there's no animation, but he makes like a lot of images so that the characters have a ton of different expressions. I like it. I don't love it because it's not an animation, but if it was an animation, it would be really good, I think. It wouldn't be like, it wouldn't be great because it's still just content, you know? I think AI generated stuff is on the same level as cat pictures in quality. It's not like you released a short film or anything. No, not that I want to watch anybody's short film. But like, well, like, you know how you go on Twitter, right? And people post art, and it's like something that somebody spent like 700 hours on, and you spend like 3 seconds looking at it. I mean, at least with AI art, I don't feel bad if I only spent 3 seconds looking at something that took 3 seconds to make. I think if you're gonna spend hours and hours on something, at least for my videos, I want you to watch them over and over. I want them to have a value beyond that first initial viewing period, which is what most movies don't care about. I think they a lot of movies care about, like, or you know, internet videos care about the time it's released in, and not necessarily, like, once you make something, it exists forever. I mean, maybe not literally forever. Files will eventually disappear from the universe, but it's pretty fucking permanent. Like, you know, like, you think about something that came out sort of recently, and now you wonder how you even existed in this universe without it. And now if it's a piece of media, now there's no going back. It doesn't die. Let's ask Mr. Beast to put all the files on a rocket and send them to the moon. Yeah. I'm always talking about when we inevitably have to leave Earth because it's too uninhabitable for us. We are going to take a large-scale version of a road trip into space, like in WALL-E. And what movies are we bringing, and what movies are we leaving here forever to disappear? What pieces of media, books, movies, games, all that shit was important to you versus all that shit that we're not bringing because it's too heavy and fuck you. And also, like, I feel like we don't actually have to worry about this because we could always just use the radio to like download it from Earth or something. But like, forget that. I want this example. I want this to just, it's just an example. I want this to stand as an example. It doesn't need to make perfect sense. What pieces of media are we totally bringing? And this is not a conversation for one day. This is an ongoing conversation. Like, what are we bringing to space? That's how I'll bring it up. Like, we're not bringing this to space, or yeah, we're bringing this to space. Like, when you bring something to space, it exists forever. Like, I said you make it and exists forever. Well, it actually doesn't. I changed my mind. Everything disappears if you don't preserve it. And this game is actually an example of that. Nintendo did not release it for a long time. After it was released the first time, they didn't make it available until 20 years later. So, yeah, I always had a fucking emulator or whatever of it, but I always had the Wii to play it on, but they never let you get it again digitally for a long time. Maybe there was some issue with downloading it on the Wii. Then even the Wii U did not have this game. So, it's not lost media by any stretch, but it's neglected. We all have media we neglect. Media that embarrasses us. It's so embarrassed that you die like Crumplequest. They're deeply embarrassed of this game. They only released it 20 years later because the people who work at Nintendo grew up with it. They're like, hey, what about Mario Sunshine? Like, oh, fucking Yogi Bear runs Nintendo now. What about Mario Sunshine? Alright, I'm getting out of here. I give up. Like, there's enough coins in this world. The early animation test for Shrek that went undiscovered for years should go to space. You know what? I might agree with that. Yeah, like if we bring in all the movies and all the audio commentary, because we can only take so much. And oh my god, what if like so like I watched My Neighbor Totoro the other day, and that movie's great. But like the version of it we had like a little glitch. Every time the scene changed, there was like a little ghost image or something. Like the scene, it was like an H.264 issue where like the colors were not updated for a second. Imagine if that was the only copy in existence. Oh brother, that would be really sad if you could only watch it. Well, nah, I mean, I'm sure a dedicated team of Miyazaki fan astronauts would edit a new version. But I don't know. Maybe it's not that easy. Maybe it's a more difficult issue than that. Yeah, like, I know, I'll ask AI to fix it. It generates a Miyazaki movie. It's like the most horrifying thing ever. It's like, I always feel a little scared whenever I'm like messing around with AI and generating shit. I was a little scared that Miyazaki's gonna walk into the room and be disgusted by what I'm doing. He would be like, I would never use this in my work. This is an insult to life itself. Well, I don't know. I have different ideas from him. I think that art is an insult to life itself. Like this. It's a statue of a piece of shit. That's what art is. Art is a reflection of life. A insulting reflection of life. It spits in God's face to make art. It's like if God saw you make art, he'd cry. Not because it was so beautiful, but because he thought you were making fun of him. Well, actually, I think God would probably be really pissed off that we worship artists so much. That would really piss off the creator of the universe if you worship something that created a facsimile of his creation, like a joke version of his creation. You know, I feel like Frumpelquest is a joke version of Middle Earth, and Middle Earth is a joke version of real life. I mean, Westeros is kind of like a joke version of Middle Earth. I mock God every day. Well, yeah, you especially, because you get down like the mathematical pure details of like every shadow and every crevice on every single one of his like guys' hands, fingers, muscles. And God is like, hey! Yeah, like, I think God would be really disgusted by cotton candy for some reason. Like he's not bothered by war or mass starvation. But if he saw you making cotton candy, he'd be like, what the fuck? Like cotton candy, that is so unnatural. Do you realize how unnatural this is? And like, you know, you could say that about literally any human invention. Art, AI art. But you know, art is a little bit more than an invention. I feel like everybody's art is special. It's like your face or your fingerprints. It's something that's really reflective of you and not necessarily some sort of creation like a car. Like, I don't know, like a cars, like how I think of the way a lot of IPs are treated as like, oh well, here's the new version of it. Oh, we brought back Yogi Bear. We tweaked the engine, and we got a new cylinder. Like, it's not a car, but they treat it like it's a car. A cylinder like that with thick sides. And yeah, they do have a new model of Mario every like 5 to 10 years. I guess Mario is maybe Mario is just like it's a competent game series because the people who develop it were also developing the consoles, so they knew exactly what they were going to need for the game. You know, they were trying to fight other companies like Sony and Sega and Xbox, Microsoft. So these games are always competent. In a way, they are a bit like an invention, like a new model of a car that has to constantly compete with the other companies and, you know, define car once again. But not every game needs to be like that. I think a lot of games, people mistakenly see them as that, and they're actually somebody's just like scribbly expression that they'll never be able to do again. Like, you ever record your voice and you make like a funny sound? Like you say something that sounds funny. You say it in a funny way, and then you try to say it again the exact same way, and you can't. You will never say it again the exact same way. It's a good thing you recorded it, because now you could make that sound over and over. You could just play it back. I think the watermelon level should be the one where I get the coins. What am I supposed to do? No! Okay, yeah, this game is non-stop frustration. I feel like we'll be lucky if we finish this game by the end of the summer. Summer technically ends on September 22nd or something, so that's enough time. There are people who beat this game in 2 hours. I'm very bad at it, though. I feel like if I was good at it, it'd be less fun to watch. So I don't want to be good at it. No! God wanted things to be temporary, and we preserved them, and now he's melting us. I mean, I guess like God said, "Thou shalt not worship graven images." You know, like what's an example of a graven image? You know, there was like a golden calf. Like, don't worship that. Worship me. Like, then God killed everyone, and everyone was happy. Are people glad that FrumbleQuest is returning? I realized I really want to do a series that I can put out often, like every week if possible. I want to say that before, and now I regret saying it. Meanwhile, the Golden Bull gave everyone $1 million and cured all diseases. They didn't mention that part. But yeah, Golden Bull. Sounds like Golden Bull to me. It almost got me. Almost got me. The load of bull. The end. No! No! I still go back for it. No, I'm dead. Great. Love FrumbleQuest. Good. We'll be happy once God punishes everyone ever that doesn't sit in church and pray. Yeah. Yeah, everybody's like, why weren't you in church? Is it because you're sitting at home? Like, I don't know, like, an episode of The Simpsons where Homer is like, I'm going to church. He just stays home and sits in his underwear. Is that a sin? To just like sit there in your underwear? No! Oh, I see. It just lets you continue without saving. It doesn't delete your progress. They'll have the same like coins, right? God doesn't like sinners. Loves. He doesn't like sinners. Well, he likes them for dinner. Where do I go next? Every sperm is sacred. Every sperm is great. If a sperm is wasted, God gets quite irate. Loki Bay. A lot of. Oh. There died? Yeah, I got game over. I suck! I feel like I didn't want to put "you suck" on my soundboard because I didn't want my nephew sometimes presses that, and I didn't want him to hear that and then like start saying it. I also feel like that's too harsh even to hear, like just to hear as a joke. You're no artist. That one's hard too.
Who are you? You disgrace! You're no artist!
There it is.
Sucker!
Sucker! That one's funny. You disgrace! Like, I feel like I've talked about the video many times. The part I haven't really delved into is like, I feel like he's having a conversation 30 years too late, like with somebody else, like somebody he met a long time ago, and this person is reminding him of or something. Right? Like he wouldn't get so mad at this guy if there wasn't precedent for it. Well, I don't know. There could be other incidents like this that just weren't recorded. Oh man, that's why I would ask him if I met him if he's done this throughout his life to other street performers that sucked. Did you scream at them? Did you yell at them? Did you boo them off stage and then brag about knowing the Grateful Dead? Like, he knows the Grateful Dead, but did they know him? I feel like he has done something now. He's made an identity as a critic, a very particular critic who is very mad. Grateful Dead was too stoned to know anybody. I knew the Grateful Dead since 1966!
Who are you?
You're no artist. I think, well, I don't actually agree that you're not an artist if you suck. I don't agree with Doug. I mean, you know, maybe he's like, this is one of the most important places in all of North America. So like, maybe he shouldn't be playing there, but I don't know. I think if you're trying, then you're definitely doing better than the people who aren't trying. You're an artist, even if you're really, really bad. I think you have to be really bad at first. You have to be bad and like, have to like hide your earliest work and like not let anyone ever see it again. You know, I think that's just what being an artist is. You do it even if you suck. You eventually get better at it. Get really good at it sometimes. Other times you just like never improve. It doesn't matter. You're still an artist. No good artist ever plays loudly. Only way to get good at something is to suck first for a long time. But yeah, like, would Chuck Jones say that every artist has like 50 million bad drawings in them? It's like, you know, don't bother counting. You might have said 50,000, but let's just say 50 million. I'm sure I've drawn 50 million things in my life. I've drawn 50 million strokes. Yeah, do 50 million strokes and see if you still suck. $50 million strokes. Yeah, there'd be nothing left of you down there, or anywhere. Your arm would fall off too. All right. The sandbird. Forgot. Oh, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. I'm retarded. Oh, I'm so stoned. No, Mario can come to work stoned, but he still comes to work. That's the Chuck Jones self-report. All my drawings are incredible. Well, yeah, I mean, like, I think because there's no real, you know, with photography, there's no real need as an artist. There's no having the skill to draw photorealistic humans is helpful. Like, everyone who wants that just has like a shitty fucking traced image of a photo of them as their icon. It's ugly. Like, Alex Jones ruined my life.wave. But like, yeah, like I think because my drawings don't need that, and I've developed a cartoon style, it's like my drawings fall in between, somewhere between good and bad. I can't say I've ever made a bad drawing or a good drawing. Just make a me drawing, which I think is more valuable than, you know, it being up to a certain standard that is well established. Like, I feel like the more I talk about this Go guy, the more people get it. They like are on board with the things that I do in my work. And not all of them are things that everyone does. How, like, that, I wonder why. Like I'm thinking about Dog of Wisdom 3, like a little chihuahua going chihuahua. How come no one's ever made that before? Why does it feel like it should have been done already? Like it feels like a basic thing, like wah, wah, wah. I don't know, like yeah, like even the details, like the chihuahua being in a flower pot and floating in the sky. It feels like basic stuff to me, but it's not. Like you think that everyone is thinking what you're thinking. It's like you think it's obvious, but it's not. Like, you know, your idea, or even like you see the same thing as someone else, and your idea of it is different because you're different people. That's what's interesting about art, not it looking real or some shit. Like people like make like stupid Mario, but if it was Unreal Engine and there was realistic rain and grass, like that's not the fucking point. It's an expression of something else. The brainless Italian dude. The evolution is like still life, caricature, cartoon, then the spectrum sort of explodes from there. Yeah, I should have characters that are like more detailed than others. That's why you're alive and Chuck Jones is dead. At 50 million strokes, God comes down and explodes. Yeah. God kills you after 50 million strokes, like Eddie Murphy. Yeah, I mean, we do have a finite time on this earth. Let's maybe not waste any more of it mindlessly drawing Crumple Quest. Although maybe that's fine. It's, you know, just little busy activity to keep my hand busy and my mind empty, actually. Or, you know, like, I feel like for me, focus is like being able to concentrate on two things, like kind of like when you take two layers in Photoshop and use like the blending modes to like combine them. I'll be like, you know, I'll be thinking about this conversation while playing this game, for instance, and like it'll just sort of like they'll overlap, so I won't be distracted by the conversation so that I lose at the game. Like I'll actually be talking more than playing, so I'll be doing, on average, I'll be doing better at the game, but when I fail at the game, I probably won't like get that upset either. The more focused I am on the game, the more upset I'm gonna get when I fail. You can draw a bunch, jack off a bunch, or have lots of heart attacks. Were you born on a highway? Because that's where most accidents happen. Oh, fuck. Do that in Andrew Dice Clay voice. Were you born on the highway? Because that's where most accidents happen. Oh! I gotta work on my O. Dude, it sounds like a getting hurt O. Well, that's you know, him in hell. Him in hell, even though he's still alive. What the fuck are you doing? Mario with that accent. Get off of my fucking beat. I missed when Mario had like an American accent. Charles Martinet ruined Mario. Like, what the fuck is this? Woohoo! It's me! Like, that's not Mario. Mario, not Mario. Well, like when they say it in the show, it's like Mario, but my family still said Mario. Hey, Mario. Like, maybe it's just like one of those things that's like you live in New York and it's rough. It's rough, so everybody like picks on you. Like if they're pronouncing your name wrong, that becomes your name. Like, my name was Jonathan, and when I was in kindergarten, those kids did not know how to pronounce that. They were like Johnson or Jonathan. So like, that was my name. It became Jonathan because they didn't know how to pronounce it. It was rough in kindergarten. Kindergarten was so hard. It's just so hard with a guy with. It's so hard for a guy with no brain. Oh no, a brain fart. I can't remember what I was doing. Oh, red coin. Time for relaxo vision. I mean, this is actually kind of a difficult episode too. It's annoying because sometimes the coin disappears and you don't know where it goes. At least in older games, the coin would like disappear from the game's memory. Now the coin can just like travel as far as it wants. You'll like never find it in this massive beach. Well, it's like, it's there, but I don't think the draw distance lets you see it. And like look what it does. It clips through this rock, which you can't get into. So you have to wait for it to come out. Come out. You need to come out, Beavis. Beavis like smiling the whole time would be like, no, oh, damn it, you're gay. It's like, no, shut up. Like, you're playing this game. That's what Beavis and Butthead would be doing now. They'd be playing video games. Oh wait, they do have a Beavis and Butthead now. I think they just like watch viral videos or something. Oh my god. Glad I was able to show that off. So I'm wondering if I should even stream work anymore. I might not stream FrumpleQuest. I might just make it, and then I'll come back when I'm done. I'll come back to do some more Mario Sunshine. And I'll do that every single week till I die, till I get bored, or until I've told the entire like the tale. There's a tale to tell. Well, yeah, like I haven't written shit. I'm just just acting on instinct, like an animal. But I know what the story is. I just haven't written it. Reminds me of when I was like 8 years old and would interrupt Uka Uka Crash Bandicoot saying game over so I could make him say gay. Name Uka Uka? I never knew what his name was. I always just called him Economiga because that's what he says. Economiga! There's Uka Uka and Aku Aku. One of them is evil. Well, this is nice. This is nice. Oh, this Springfield place is nice. Oh, this Isle Delfino is nice. You're under arrest. What I do? They don't like me. Cause I'm the white male. They against us. Jesus. I was like, oh, this is relaxing, and a giant fish grabs me. Still have that music I ran for that Frumple short if you want it. Yeah, I checked that short out. I'm not finishing that one, so probably not going to use it. There's old storyboards too that I'm not gonna use, but you know I'll like pick little bits sometimes at the big pile of rotting FrumpleQuest stuff that's going unused, and you know take ideas where there are good ones. Little turd blossoms. There's lots of good ideas too in the piles. It's just like I feel like I was going for something really different last time I was gonna bring it back, and I'm not thinking about. It's not that I'm like against it, but I'm not thinking about it at all this time. Like I wanted FrumpleQuest to be like I wanted it to be really explicitly showing that he's like able to warp reality. Like he can like clip through walls at will if he needs to. And like the whole thing is like running in a game engine or something. I don't know if I'm gonna go with that angle now, or if I do jokes about that, they'll be just like, you know, I'll try to hit them hard so it's not like a constant thing. Like I'll try to make it funny when it does happen. So, cause like I don't want there to be any logic to this. Like there's a map of the world, but it doesn't have to be consistent. Most of what I've written on the map was a joke. I was thinking about while making that map, like people are going to see this as lore in like 20 years. They're gonna be like making like versions of this map that is like realistic. It's like, guys, calm down. I'm not putting any thought into this. I mean that's, you know, that's Tolkien's interest, not mine. I'm mostly interested in just like animating funny gags and doing voices. There's going to be a story, but it's I want to keep the lore and continuity to a minimum, just so you can come in on any episode and not feel lost. Like I don't think the story matters that much. The story is just like, you know, story is just a device. It's like characters are just a device. It's like a part of narrative, a part of storytelling, like a piece. And I feel like people way too often they break the character away from the thing when like a character in a story, or a lot of times people without realizing it, they're kind of inseparable. You can't remove them from their original context and put them into something else. You know, Mario is different. Mario is malleable. He's just a video game character. You can put him in anywhere as long as it's not aesthetically incongruous with the rest of his game. You know, they made a game where Mario goes to Manhattan, and they made it look kind of like a Mario game. But like, you can't take Luke Skywalker out of Star Wars and put him into Star Wars. Well, it's sort of, you know, what happens. Like, it's like they get Mark Hamill to bring back Luke Skywalker, but he's like old and bitter. He's old and bitter and addicted to Twitter. And he's like, we can't win. Like, no, not the character he was. Not the character that he represented. And yeah, it's true that people changed. It's true that I went from a Luke Skywalker type guy when I was young. Da 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 to a bitter, miserable old fucker said. However, people are different from fictional characters, and I feel like it's alright for a character to not be that like realistic or change that much for the sake of the story. You know, sometimes characters are great and they drive the whole thing. Other times the characters don't matter that much. Like any movie by Inception. Like, you ever see Inception? Any movie by that guy, all the characters, like especially that one, are like fucking like no one gives a shit about any of these characters. But it's not a bad movie necessarily. It's just like I'm not like, I don't remember a single line of dialogue. I don't remember any of the characters. I just remember they were there. And that the movie was visually impressive and makes you think about things. I'm supposed to find the shine. You know, it does that thing I love in movies where you do the most amount of magic with the least amount of technology. They just said that they were in a dream and we believed it. And it's like the TikTok that's like, oh, it seems that I was in a dream. Yeah, like, you know, even though I didn't think that was like a great movie, I thought it was good. It was like they did the thing, you know, like Lord of the Rings did the what do you call it? What's that low tech thing? They did the forced perspective with the hobbits. That was cool. You know, you never even know until you found out later. It's like at the same time they were using the most cutting edge technology to make crowds, but you know, it doesn't matter what you use as long as you do it really cleverly like that. You know, as long as you do it creatively and cleverly, you did it because it was the way you do it. They could have done it with technology, but they didn't have to. You know, they made the miniatures. They could have done that with CG, but they didn't have to. You know, nowadays you wouldn't have the energy to make a movie like Lord of the Rings. Nobody would have the energy. Well, that's why they made the Hobbit with all green screen shit, because it was like, who the fuck has the energy? Nobody's heart is in this. That was a get the guy moment. Get the guy moment. First they got the guy, then they got rid of the guy. Ah! Got the guy, and then they got rid of the guy. Or the guy was driven to extinction by the conditions or whatever. I don't know the story, but I also don't know the story of The Hobbit because I've never finished it because it's 3 movies. Rolling my eyes so fucking much at that. We want to come visit you in Philly? Yeah, come knock down my door and ruin my life. Been a long time. I haven't seen you guys in like a year. I think I left a year ago. On this very day. Was it? It might have been. I don't even know. Yeah, yeah, like what do you want to do in Philly? I don't even know what to do in Philly. I don't go anywhere. I mean, we could ask my cool sister what to do. Just show you my neighborhood, show you where I live, show you the big trough I eat out of. Where's the shine sprite? There's a lot of stuff to do in Philly. Let's hit up the Mutter Museum, look at deformed babies in jars. That sounds fun. Yeah, let's do it. Joe, could you roast me? Hello, I am Hitler. Didn't see the rest of that sentence before the scroll. I guess I can roast Hitler, but I feel like I already did it. Made a cartoon roasting Hitler and people who do furry foot feet commissions, saying that you were literally Hitler. Or that literally Hitler does that. That's actually the good Hitler. That's the good Hitler. That was the moral of the story. That the most traumatizing art you can think of is like it's like committing Hitler's atrocities, but without actually really causing damage. At most, you'll be freaked out and then you'll laugh at some fucked up fetish art, or even some not even that horrifying. Although I feel like the way you drew the feet was a little bit disturbing. Thank you for that, Chris. I'm talking to Chris now, who was Hitler, who was painter Hitler. Do you have, I won't push for details. You don't have to answer. But do you have experience drawing feet like that? Because, on one hand, that's a really specialized thing, if you know what I mean. The other hand, that looks like terribly hard to draw, like really difficult. Like all those wrinkles on a foot. You just looked at pictures of feet. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what else you would draw feet from that angle, unless it was something really Tarantino-y, that like really specifically, purposefully pictured the camera on those feet.
Dexter, we need those feet. We'll do anything to have those feet.
Alex Jones is a gnome. I knew it had to be super detailed because foot fetish people really want those deets. Yeah, they want like the grooves and the shadows in the grooves. I I probably expanded your fan base significantly by drawing that way. You're welcome. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, the Adolf fan base was part of that big 12 million views that video has. Laughing so hard remembering drawing that shit. Oh my god. Yeah. Got all the coins like half an hour ago. I still don't know where the star is. Not that. Oh, it's over there. I was laughing so hard that I was crying while making it. I had to prevent dripping tears on it. Nice. Why are people attracted to feet? Well, I don't know exactly, but people can be attracted to anything, I think. People can be attracted to that Shine Sprite. It's got like the minimum amount of anthropomorphization. Someone could be like, "That's Shine Sprite's hot." You know, like it doesn't even really look like a person. It's just like an icon. You know, like that Flood. It like talks. You know, so it could be like, Flood's hot. Flood has a hot voice.
Mario, you have to clean the island.
You know, people probably like feet because it's a body part, and there's someone for every body part, right? You know, like the most egregious example of this in history, it'll go down as fucking history, that they had the fucking foot shots in iCarly. You know, like, at least when you go see a Tarantino movie, the guy admits that he's a creep, that he's a monster, or you know, that he says the N-word as himself in his movies, that he is a very for adults director. If he's focusing on feet, whatever. But you know, adults' feet. And then you have like a kids show where they're focusing on kids' feet because the director is into that. And he's, you know, he's not like an iCarly. He's not 15. He's been doing this like teen Nickelodeon sitcom shit since I was a kid. I never really cared that much about Keenan and Kel. Good Burger was good. They put effort into that, but I felt like the bit gets old really fast, but it works as a movie. I never liked all that. But I did. Yeah, I hated all of his other shit. Like what was the other one? Rick and Josh. I never watched that. Although maybe that was good too because I liked iCarly. I'm just sick of live action shows, cartoons. Cartoons are more interesting than live action. I guess I grew up and I still think that. You know, like, I mean, you know, now I'm grown up, so I will once in a while watch the news, and it's not like, you know, when I was a kid and it's like news, like zone out because it's news. Like you actually want to listen to the news because it's news. Well, you know, when it comes to content, nothing comes easier than news because it's new. You know, like new. Like imagine if I uploaded every day. It was like new Dog of Wisdom 4, new Frumple Quest 2, new, and then like I just kept that up every single day, 3 times a day it would eventually be, you wouldn't see Dog of Wisdom. You would see like some really watered down shit. You'd see like stuff that was made with like you'd see like something that was made with like mocap and like or worse. You would see something that's just a still image, like an AI news anchor just moving its mouth. Like, yeah, I mean, news has been watered down on Twitter. People believe news that's not true, you know, and like in the news, like the network news industry, you have to put on a suit and tie to feel like people will take you seriously. But now when I see that, I only take it a little seriously, because there's a part of me that thinks that, you know, these kooks online spreading misinformation are a little bit like these guys wearing suits. It's like anybody can do that on their YouTube channel. They can put on a suit, put a chyron on the bottom of the screen, scrolling stupid fucking information, have a green screen behind them, and have like a Manhattan background. And, you know, what's the difference? It takes like $20 to get all that shit set up. Buy some green paper. Yeah, like I feel like maybe it makes. I guess I feel the same way about AAA games, kinda. Like they're just like trying too hard when they don't need to. Like indie games are kind of like unfinished, while AAA games are like try hardy. You know. Oh, there he is. Also, I know what the mission is now. Like people burn out constantly working on AAA games. So like, dude, chill. Like, don't even put that much effort into it. Just, you know, I don't know. Mario is like, fuck you, give me $60. Fuck you, doesn't matter what decade it is, give me $60. That's the price for Mario. And it's like, all right, well, we'll put up with like this $60 thing, but you know, you can also make a game that's as good as this for $20. Drake and Josh was good. That's what I keep hearing. I didn't actually want to watch it because I didn't like live action as a kid. But when iCarly came out, I was a little older. I was like 20. I was like, the show that I thought would suck a lot is actually good, and it's fucking me up. Like, iCarly looked like it's going to suck a lot, but I'm actually a fan. Well, I think the older brother was like funny. I think he was like, you know, like Miranda Cosgrove is kind of like, if she had to carry the whole show herself, it would be really bad. I feel like she's just like, doesn't do anything. She just sits there and like moves. She's like a animated character ring that doesn't have that many movements. Or like she's like a character from Crusader Rabbit that has like 2 animations, and they're like, it's like the animation looks fine, but there's only like 2 of them, and it's always copy and pasted. I remember they had the court hearing over a Zoom call because of COVID. Oh, Drake Bell was like, he was soliciting something to teenagers, and he was also molested, I think, when he was a teenager. When he was working on the show. Sounds like things have been pretty fucked up for him. He's a predator or something. Yeah, I don't care. It sounds like he's been molested himself. So, you know, if he's suffered consequences for his crimes, then I want to treat those like Nickelodeon kid people any worse than they've already been treated. Like Amanda Bynes is similar. Like I think they all had bad experiences with Nick. Man, the show is popular though. The show is really good. It was like on like the same time as 30 Rock, and I watched both of them. It's like sitcoms have like bounced back this year. Like it's not like Seinfeld levels of good, but it's like you know, it's like Scrubs or Raymond. Like if it's on, yeah, I'll watch it. I'll watch iCarly if it's on. That hasn't been the case for a long time though, because I don't have TV. I'm talking about like 2010, even earlier, like 2008 maybe. Me and my sister would always watch that. Well, yeah, I would always watch what my sister would watch because she was always at the TV. So like I would watch all of her shows, and iCarly was always on. She always watched no, the watermelon. She always watched Sex and the City, so I also watched all of that. Another girl show. These poor boys at camp that when I was a counselor, no, it's still alive! It's still alive! Fuck. Poor boys at camp, too scared to admit that they liked iCarly because it's a girl show. Remember Alex Mack? She could turn into silver goo. Oh man, yeah, I haven't thought about that in a while. You know, I guess I wasn't ashamed to admit it, and I was a boy and an adult. What about Bazinga? Is that also that era, like early 2010s? God, what sitcom exists now? What sitcom's all the rage besides the new norm? We've talked about the new norm. What about somebody asked me my opinion on Mr. Burcham? It's like I can respect that this guy has held on to this character for this long, but that doesn't make it good. You know, Crumblequest doesn't make it good just because it's like remember the fun adventures? Remember the fun adventures we would go on to get you? You remember now. Velma season 2. Bro, what did I come into? I was talking about Mr. Burcham and some other shit. Like it's like a sitcom about a teacher. So you know, at least it's like a lot better than the new norm. It's like if the new norm, if Mr. Burcham was Bitcoin, the new norm is shitcoin. Because it's like a pale imitation, but maybe to an AI, it reads the same. There's literally no difference in the eyes of an AI, which, by the way, are not only going to replace your job, but they will replace you as audience members as shit gets more stupid and dumbed down and retardlicate. I'm the old norm. I don't like the new norm. They changed beer. I mean, I think that was, you know, a shitty fuck, but in all honesty, I can see how it could be funny. So if maybe somebody should just like steal the idea and make their own fake version of the new norm, but better. I've been thinking about it. Like, I feel like there should be a right-winger comedy. Like, not like right-winger, but like King of the Hill-ish. You know, like something a little bit more sympathetic, but still got jokes about it. You know, like can make fun of some dumbass liberals once in a while, without without looking like a show that just by default isn't funny. You know, like, because, you know, the new norm's worst crime is being unfunny. It's not, it doesn't have jokes. It's just like, this is a little list of stuff I hate. Like, AI, turn this little list of stuff I hate into a sitcom. And, yeah, like, did AI come up with the idea? Like, did AI come up with the title, The New Norm? Because that is about as clever as AI can get, right? Like, it could do a bit of wordplay, right? But compared to Mr. Burcham, that is something that we knew existed years ago because he did a skit with it. That is human-created art. That is not AI slop. And he just whoever made the new norm just saw Mr. Burcham and was like, let's make our own version of this. You know, you got Coke, we got Diet Dr. Schlumpus. Like something completely inedible. What am I supposed to be doing? Oh, right, the fucking watermelons. Oh. Oh no, you're telling me I have to do what? Okay, so like you can roll it down this hill, but then it like goes to the duck area. They fucking kill it. Also, since I've played this so many times, and I know that that's the right watermelon, let me show what happens. Just choose this one. God, it's so light. Damn it. Oh, you have to, yeah, that's the other part. You have to do this. You have to roll the watermelon to the, like, oh my god. Roll it all the way across the pier. And if it falls in the water, it explodes. Yeah, and if you do that, it explodes. No, he's gonna kill the watermelon. Here. Nope. Not very good. Not very good at this game. Yeah, like when Trump complained about the Watermelon Festival, or when he complained about Sleepy Joe sucking at it. I went on Twitch, watched Sleepy Joe. I watch his stream, but I'm not following. Don't want to alert him. Don't want to wake him up. That's another one first. Another one first the dust. And it's the easiest stage in Super Mario Sunshine. I've done it a million times. Sleepy Joe can't get it done, not even close. We watched him with the ducks. He died like a dog. Fell right in with the ducks. Couldn't find his way out. Totally lost, confused, total embarrassed. And I'm his only follower. I'm the only one who really supports him. The only one who publicly supports him. Everybody else turned on Sleepy Joe when he made NFTs. I face a lot of backlash for my support. Thank you, Apples at War. Can you wish me good luck on my next class? Because I'm in school right now. Good luck on your next class. You're in school right now. I feel like even if I don't get the shine from the mission, still get 100 coins here. God. Oh no! Mario, I didn't know him at the time. He didn't know me. I knew each other. Trump is the sort. Oh, Trump's voice. Trump is the sort of guy who would talk shit on Mario until Mario endorsed him on Joe Rogan, then would sing his praises. There were too many Mario games. And when they start saying Mario, now he's Mario. He thinks he's Italian. He puts on a fake Italian accent now. I knew him before that. Not Mario, he was Mario. I still say Mario because that's the correct way of saying it. If you're from New York and I'm from New York, Mario's not from New York, from Italy. It's not an authentic Italian accent. And then Mario says that he's like sort of reluctantly leaning towards Republicans because you know he's like a one-issue voter, and he's like always loved him, always loved Mario. Great guy, great personality, funny guy, great swing, great golfer. Got a great. He's a boxer. He like lists a bunch of things that Mario doesn't even do. He like ignores all the like racing and tennis that Mario did. Loved Mario boxing for the PlayStation, the Nintendo PlayStation. One of my favorite games was Mario boxing, and like he's really thinking of Punch-Out, but you know he also remembers it wrong, thinking that Mario was like playable. Mario was the strongest character. That was always Nintendo's rule. All the Mario, that Mario was always had to be the strongest. Meanwhile, he's always like the most balanced. You know, Mario is trying to give like his centrist opinion, and Trump is just completely ignoring it because he thinks he's like a supporter when he sees his hat. Oh no! Now everyone thinks I'm a magatard! What the fuck happened? It's like, shut up, Mario. That's not even your real accent. Like Donald Trump said it, so everyone believes it. Not his real accent. Like he's like on Mario's side now, but he gets more abuse now than ever because Trump previously said that he was an asshole, and liberals are bringing this up because they're you know looking for new content. Trump would say Mario. I've thought about this before. Yeah, he would. Mario, Mario. The American is Donald Trump. Mario, Mario. As American is Apple Mario. Apple's at war. Great guy. Great super chat. Great gives me $10. But YouTube, not very good. I gave that like a little tongue roll by accident. He's turning into Mario. Not very good. What did Mussolini sound like? I assume something between Mario and Trump. Is it not so good, eh? YouTube, take a half of that! It's a bullshit! Also, Twitch has suffered the Twitchification. They have that shit now. I feel like they raised the price of subscription. Did they raise bits, or maybe I have that wrong? Did they change the split to like 60-40 or something worse? And they also updated the app so that it looks like fucking TikTok, and people are mad because they made a change. People are mad because it's not the same. And rightfully so. People famously got mad every time something was like really piss poor. But the unfortunate part is we only make a change when enough people get mad, and when only a few people get mad, they're just totally ignored. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck about people if it's like 10 people. You know, and like 10 people becomes like 15,000 people. Get 15,000 people to sign your change.org petition. No one fucking cares. If you get 15,000 people, which is a ridiculous amount of people, is immeasurable amount of people to support your cause, and yet that just like is nothing compared to like Despacito or some bullshit that gets hundreds and hundreds of millions of views. Like every year it gets like in the hundreds of millions. It has multiple billion views. Oh, I'm dying. I'm actually getting really hungry. Maybe I should end the stream already, or take a break. Companies only care about what affects their bottom line. A handful of people won't affect their revenue, but a lot of people might. Yeah, that sucks. I hate that. Well, then it's like you have Nintendo, and they have their company hinge on these consoles, and then you have the consoles hinge on these Mario games. You know, like other games are fine, but they really mostly care about this. I mean, I guess this game actually is the black sheep. Not only because it's like a little fucky, but also because it came out a year after the console. The console launched, but was like really bad. Alright, I'm gonna call it quits for now. I'm hungry. But anyway, what are people saying? People are trying to say things, but they know who they're talking to. I'm Jonathan. I'm Jonathan. My father was Jonathan. My father's father was. They always draw Mussolini so fat, so I think most people assume he had a deep voice, but he didn't. Because companies only care about what affects their bottom line. Oh yeah, I read that part. Well, yeah, like they'll make another Mario game, but they'll never make a Mario Sunshine game, or like they'll never do like Mario 2 again. They only care about like the amorphous brand, which is just like has been on a has been on a trajectory of increasing blandness over the decades, where it started out with like those like Mario, like remember the Mario World art? That was like the most creative they ever were. And it was like downhill from there, like I like the penguins and shit in Mario 64, but like none of that shit is aesthetically pleasing compared to like the concept art from Mario World. That's where Mario peaked in aesthetic. And Yoshi's Island is good too. But like then they made like like Mario. What else? What was like the most? I guess like maybe the GameCube Mario parties are just like the peak of bland and like genericness. Not that generic is really bad for Mario, but like there was a lot better art. And then the art got a little better with Mario 3D World. They put that art style back. They brought back the Mario World art style. So like they had some better designed characters and enemies and stuff. You ever play Mario Kart? Wait, yeah. I used to play that with my sister and her boyfriend a long time ago. Like we would play it all the time. It was a big thing with cuz like my sister Jackie, not Meredith, the one I play video games with every week. Uh my sister Jackie doesn't play that many games, but she likes Mario Kart. She always loved that. So we played the shit out of that. Yeah. Yeah, like we Wii. Yeah, Wii. It was on the Wii. I played with the wheel because Jackie wanted the wave bird. Jackie played with the controller because playing with like the controller sideways in a wheel is not that fun. It's a neat gimmick, but let's let's just take that out and play with the buttons. I think you could just play with the well, I you could also play with it without the wheel. Actually need the wheel. I'm using tilt control. Yep, yeah. Tilt controls and now in the new game, new game is like 10 years ago. Now in the newest game, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, they have like a thing that just like automatically drives you. You can play with your little nephews and nieces, and they won't fall off constantly and need to be rescued every few minutes. Tears. Um, yeah, something to eat. Then I'm not sure if I'm gonna stream my work because I kinda just like streaming games. I might just go quiet with my next animations, next couple animations. We'll see. Sometimes I keep it quiet. Other times I stream. I don't know what I'm gonna do. What are people saying? There's new there's a few new distributions of Mario Kart Wii that are still pretty popular. Probably the best the community has been in a decade. I saw that there's like a community of people who make their own custom versions of that game. Like, oh my god, like it's the same as it was like 10 years ago. The Wii is still the best console. It's like because it's capable enough to run a certain amount of game, but it's also small and unpowered, and it has like it stream whatever you want whenever you want. I'm going to bring the chili in here and eat it in front of you because I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna. to. I might stream some working on Frumple because now that people know I'm working on it, it's not like a it's not like a surprise or anything. Love playing as Peppino and Mario Kart. Wait, let's put my characters in. Let's put Blahnik and and Italian car salesman to Mario Kart. The kids. You like whenever he does like whenever he does like a stunt in the air, he's like the kids, the cannolis. Anna was selling hacked Wii's at Teco. Really? You? That's cool. Hacked Wii's. You're allowed to sell them hacked. Is that a business? Have the technology? Yeah, the Wii is the best. Wii is the best console. Wii was great, but felt like a lot of shovelware when not as many big third parties were making games for it. Yeah, you're right. Like when I think about like just like the, the, the vast landfills of games that I've seen in my life, you know, like I'm not talking about the literal ones with ET cartridges. I'm talking about like the real ones, the game stores where you just see this shit rotting. It's like there's no console with more shovelware than Wii. Next is PS2, and then I'm not sure if it's shovelware, but like unbought games. You get a lot of Xbox One and Xbox 360 and Xbox. Uh, but I think there's less Xbox than less unsold Xbox than Xbox One or Xbox 360. The Wii was the best selling console ever, and I guess every like every fucker made a game for the Wii with like stupid motion gimmicks, and it's for me it's like if Nintendo's not making it, I probably don't care. Um, if it's not Nintendo or like one of the other old companies that know what they're doing, know what they know its ideas have been explored, know what's next. And on the other hand, they did make Resident Evil 4 for the Wii, and I didn't like that. I was like, this is stupid. I just want to play normal. I want to make a version of Mario Kart Wii with custom stages. I wanna get my twin sister to play with me. I want to do I don't want to do an episode of Thingus with her. I love the aiming on Resident Evil 4 Wii. It made the game so easy. Yeah, I don't remember. I didn't like it. I just wanted to go back as soon as I played it, and like I was like, dude, Resident Evil 4 for Wii, it's only like $15, and then I was like done with it after playing it once. So I was like, I guess that's maybe kind of why it was $15. It's like the the one where you press the buttons was better. I made this fucking mistake before when I bought I guess after I made it sometime after when I bought Skyrim for VR, and I played it a couple times. It's terrible in VR. It's nauseating. it's not fun to swing a sword around. It's so fake looking. It looks worse than VR chat. It's it's not immersive to be walking around in Skyrim in VR. It's actually really hinders your experience. I would assume because people love that game and this was my only experience with it. So like I was thinking, all right, well, I could probably just play it in desktop mode, right? But you can't. The game is remade for VR. So that sucked. Um I would like a game that was made for VR, like Half-Life Alyx I've been interested in. But my VR hasn't been working lately, so I don't know what the issue is. I wanna play VR chat again or something. I wanna do some sculptor VR. I did VR streams a long time ago. I haven't done them in a long time. Mario Galaxy or Skyward Sword, there was like 5 movie tie-in games in SpongeBob Squiggle Pets. Yeah, you're right. There was like THQ making a different SpongeBob game every day of the week. Like every other week, there was like a new SpongeBob title. There was like there were also like billions of flash games back in the day of all these things, which are all completely lost, which are all like evaporated. Um, but like SpongeBob Boat Bash is that like a demolition derby with SpongeBob? He's driving around bashing his boat into stuff. So it's like you play the episode basically. Is it like GTA when you're drunk where you're like out of control of the car because you're SpongeBob? Or is it just like the game is so hard to play that it feels like you're SpongeBob? You're just as reckless every time you try to do anything. I don't know. I never played this, but I should play this with Jackie. We should play this shit. This for the Wii. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I wanna look at like a picture of like Wii shovelware. There's I've seen so many games for the Wii that just looked like nothing. Like I just looked through it. Like the white of the Wii started to tip me off that this is like this is not even a game. This is like a background. This is like a fake video game from the background of a cartoon. Like they're in a game store and there's like a bunch of fake video games. That's how a lot of products feel. Like products have cutesy names a lot of the time. It like feels like the kind of like fake uh shit that you would see in a cartoon or like in a comic. Yeah, like what is this? Like are you even going to like are you even going to have this many Wii games? Well, like even if you have a Wii like I do, you don't play the games on the discs. You do the homebrew shit. Like I didn't play any of these games, but and I don't know anything about them, and I'm not reading the title of the games. I can just tell that they're bad. Oh, I did play this game. Super Paper Mario is really bad. I mean, I think it's a good game a little bit, but overall it's bad. Um, I don't know if it's not shovelware. I actually love things about that game. Mario Galaxy is a good game. Solid Colors, that was a bad one, right? I didn't play it. Um, Zack and Wiki. I played that for like a minute. It's like a game where you point at the screen and click things. And like, sorry guys, I feel like using a mouse is still better than this crap. Like where you're sitting on the couch and standing up from the couch just to like get a better angle or something. Leaning forward so that it works. Switch having shovelware on the eShop is not an opinion. Oh, there. I mean, it's an. I mean, what do you call It's like a fact opinion, like an insult. Like if you call somebody stinky, it's not very nice. I don't know if you'd say it's a fact. To call your game shovelware would be very hurtful. But, you know, some things fall under the category. Some things are undeniably shovelware. If they're just like a very cheap game with terrible graphic design, you know, like it immediately tips you off. Fact opinion. Yeah, like I'm starting to get this. I'm starting to get this sense that like people on social media, especially, have to be updated. Like your smartphone, they need to be updated with all the most correct opinions. Like, what's a correct opinion? Like, I suppose in this context, saying these games suck is a correct opinion. But that's not a necessarily fair thing to say. I haven't played any of these games. I just have a feeling that they're kind of shovelwary. You know, they're quickly produced because somebody was like, "Oh, video games, you can make a lot of money with that." And they heard the like Wii was the most popular thing ever. So it's like if you make a Wii game, no matter how shitty it is, that means like it'll be available to like the most amount of video game players in the world. You know, like maybe not all of those moms who bought it for Wii Fit are going to play Upuna, which is a terrible name for a game, but it will be on the radar of all those people. But you know, Switch is also a popular console, so you have plenty of crap on that too. But that's everything. Like everything has an eShop. But yeah, like see, like with the Wii, they were doing this crap before eShops, without the eShop, parallel the eShop. Yeah, you'd buy shitty real life games made of plastic. Meanwhile, you're downloading the games you actually want, the old shit that you can't buy anymore, like Final Fantasy 3 from the eShop. Which shovelware is hard to find? I mean, if you look with the sorted by cheap, then you'll see a bunch of like crappy, yeah, like visual novel dating sim games. Like you'll see knockoffs of like Candy Crush. You'll see things that look like they weren't even made by a person. They were just like made by an AI. Or they were made by someone who's not even awake. They were made by someone who's barely with it. So it's like partially made by a machine. Like maybe some of the assets were just like the defaults from the engine or something. Um, there's a lot of crapola shovelware. Uh, I mean, you know, how do you stand out as a Wii game? There's nobody in the world who has a Wii shelf. Well, maybe they do, but like yeah, my Wii games are just like buried in a box. Yeah, like something just like like naturally or like subconsciously the like white color of the box gives me this idea that it's like the overall quality and value of the games are lower. Like as opposed to let's see what I feel like PS2 has the same problem. Like there were probably more games for the PS2 than anything else, right? So that means that in contrast, every Dreamcast game is like it's like see a Dreamcast game and you're like, wow, I didn't know about this Dreamcast game. There's a PlayStation game, like yeah, there's billions of them. But like it's more valuable overall for a Dreamcast game, not just because there's less copies, but there's less games and less it doesn't have that cheapness to it. It doesn't look cheap like PS2 does. Game Boy Advance and Nintendo DS, they also had a million games. Like here's like somebody selling all his games on eBay. Like you're gonna play like three of these. There's gonna be hidden gems, but it's mostly oh well, it does have like all of these Spyro and Jack and Daxter games. I feel like these hockey like NHL and Fight Night games probably didn't hold up that well from 2005. Like okay, well I would play this. I don't know. Maybe the Lord of the Rings game was good. Gauntlet. Yeah. These are just shovelware, but like the sheer amount of PS2 games there are. It's like I feel like subconsciously I feel that same thing that it's like you're only going to actually play a few of these games. I don't know. At the time, it didn't feel that way. When PS2 games were still coming out, it felt like another PS2 game that looks cool because they used an AI to make games that look cool. They were for cooler people. This thing was, this is kind of what Nintendo would do. This iToy. PS2 was very successful and did not really have gimmicks. It was a more powerful PlayStation with a DVD player, but it didn't have like silly controller. It just had the same controller as last time with like a little bit of updates. Like they added the sticks, they added the rumble, they added whatever. Not very gimmicky, but like N64, very gimmicky with the 64 bits marketing, and it was not it was not a bad console. I loved it. That was a direct hit. But like I was like the kid from that video.
Oh my god!
Um, but like PlayStation was for my cooler older sister. Although the Wii was gimmicky as hell, and it's still the best console ever made. How'd they do it? It's like the PlayStation 2 is also the best console ever made. Like I don't know which is better. It's a tie. I think PlayStation 2 can also play all PlayStation games. So that is subsumed into it. It is a super machine. It does a lot. And like yeah, the Wii too it was backwards compatible. You could use it for, across generations. You didn't have if the Wii just came out, you could still play all your GameCube games on it. Uh, have another GameCube now if you needed one. If your brother took yours and you couldn't get it back. When will we get the Wii 2? They should just make more Wiis. The Wii was perfect. They not the Wii U, that doesn't count. Yeah, it does. That was the Wii 2. That was certainly the Wii 2. And the Switch is a little bit like the Wii. I think Nintendo always made great stuff out of obsolete materials. And I feel like they are, by making the Switch portable, they're they're trying to evolve. They're trying to evolve and like survive a console apocalypse or something. Like maybe they were thinking like you're just gonna get bigger and more heavy and louder and slower consoles. But we're at a point where we can make a decently powered console that's that's only about the size of a smartphone, small tablet. Um, did they do a PlayStation rip off of Switch at any point? Because well, they probably have like a PlayStation Portable that lets you play on the TV. They took the Wii out of the Wii U and made its own thing. So, what do you call that? A Wii Y? A Wii V? They did the PlayStation Portal, which is basically like Wii U gamepad. PSP came out before, right? Yeah, that shit was that had a little that had a little disc player that that was a delicate machine. Mine broke into pieces. PlayStation Portable. They had the worst advertisements for that. I remember hating it so much. I wanted the DS to succeed so bad, and it did. It did do a lot better than PSP did, although I did end up owning both. Really have any games for the PSP. It's like a nut that you can play outside. Like that I totally forgot all about all of this. Like that they made a PSP commercial in like 2009, maybe like 2006, where like a squirrel says something to another squirrel, and then Ego Raptor gets so mad that he made a cartoon where he kills the person who came up with it or something. I need to do a lot more screaming into my microphone. That shit back. Remember the squirrels? Yeah, I remember the memory unlocked, bad memory. Yeah, there was a bunch of those commercials that fucking shut up about John K. Oh my god. I God, I'm so close to like banning you, but John K's fall off needs to be studied. Okay, I guess I agree, but haven't I talked about that already? Plenty? Or you want me to summarize it? John K started off as a animator on like the Beanie and Cecil reboot show, which is like also a bit like Frumple Quest. um Another Frumple like identified is like he was working on some he was working on like some shit that he didn't like Galaxy High, and then he got hired by Ralph Bakshi, and he started working on these shows like Beanie and Cecil and Mighty Mouse, and he eventually he was able to like get some kind of job at Nick, and he was like pitching his cartoon idea, Ren and Stimpy, Nickelodeon, and like he got the show, but like he was always having fights with the company, and he was always getting the shows delivered late or something, and he was difficult to work with, and then he's like, he's fired. The show goes, to different people. Billy West does his voice. Uh, like, all right. So let's stop right there. We know what kind of person John is. Like, he's creepy and very angry. Like, he embodies his character a little too much. I mean, I'm glad that his character is a sicko, and I'm devastated that it is like his real life. Like Stimpy is such an innocent character that like pairing him with Ren is hilarious. I think there was a perfect moment to get this onto Nickelodeon. I don't know why the fuck it was on Nickelodeon, but whatever got it made, fucking sickos. Same network as iCarly. Nobody cares about the Ren and Stimpy reboot. It sucks. Well, yeah, like you, like who's making what at Nickelodeon now? Who's doing what? Like what what's even popular at Nickelodeon? SpongeBob reruns? Anything besides SpongeBob reruns and its various growths. Like the show, the spin-offs, the movies, all that shit. SpongeBob. Like anything besides that. We have the Loud House and its spin-off. We have like Alvin the Chipmunk. Like the last time I was at my mom's house and watched TV, it was like Alvin the Chipmunks. It's like 3D. And, ugh, looked terrible. The old party cartoon was a dumpster fire. Okay, yeah. Let's move on. I'll summarize his entire life and career. Um, well, I didn't talk about his childhood, but we can't get to that until you know gotten we've gotten to like the mid 2000s, and I've grown up a little, and now I understand what's funny about Ren and Stimpy, so I'm actually watching it. So um this is really a story about our understanding of him, because you know he he gives an idea of what he's like through his cartoons, but he gives another idea of who he's like through his interviews and his blog posts, and his illicit activities. But anyway, this is the mid 2000s, and he actually got hired by a new TV network. Right. Yeah. Um, a new TV network. It was like the Network for Men or some shit. It was like promising like some masculine shows, I guess. And Ren Stimpy Adult Party cartoon was one of them. And they changed the name to Spike TV. Um, probably realized very quickly that there were plenty of women and others who loved the Network for Men. So they're like, how can we give the same idea that's like kind of spiky? But yeah, they made a spiky shit of a Ren and Stimpy reboot. I didn't watch it that much. Like, I read John's blog where he would talk about it constantly and say that it was great. He thought it was great, and he would post the art from it, and I'd be like, oh, okay, yeah, good art, good example of what good art is in a cartoon. And it's like you like the most bitter motherfucker. Like, I was in college, right, in like 2006, and at some point I discovered his blog, and he would post animation resources. Like, he would post uh Preston Blair's uh like how to draw pages. He would post pictures from the Animator Survival Kit, examples of how to do animation stuff. And from pages from The Illusion of Life. And he would be like, you don't need an animation education. Just follow my blog, buy these books, and it'll cost you $200 as opposed to like $200,000. And Hanna-Barbera was mid. His blog was like one big seething session at whatever was on TV at the moment, and saying how Hanna-Barbera was amazing. Yeah, he was off his nut. Once in a while, he would say something is good, and I'd be like, how did this guy think that was good? Like, his work is like so much like his shit is better than like Huckleberry Hound, but he thinks that's good. Like, I don't know. I guess maybe he sees Ren and Stimpy as like the same like within the same cartoon animal canon as Huckleberry Hound. Like, feeling like Ren and Stimpy, despite having good animation sometimes, also occasionally has animation as limited as Yogi Bear or Huckleberry Hound, where they turn their head and there's no in between. It's just like one, two poses. I remember watching a Nick ad during a commercial break about how to draw the characters from the X's. That sticks to my mind every day, and I can never forget it. Or Gooper the ghost dog, whatever. Oh my god. I don't know what that is. But yeah, the shit like that stuck in my mind and I could never forget it. Like, what's something like that? Sorry because the X's was uniquely ugly. Yeah, I mean, don't want to draw the X's. X's. They're 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 divorced. This looks like it looks like insurance a little bit. This was uh no offense, but not my personal use of Flash. This is what some people see is the potential of Flash animation, but not me. I guess maybe a little bit, but I don't do the like angular, pointy triangle fingers. Like looks like the concept art from The Incredibles a little. I never saw this. I think I was already like my like late 20s when this came out. X's. So it's like a spy family. Like Spy Family. An incredible spy family. How come those Republicans don't just use AI to make the incredible spy family? They find out near the end that they have superpowers. God, those mouths. Yeah. I mean, when Samurai Jack did it, it was kind of cool. But like I'm not sure why the mom needs to have such threatening looking shoes. Like I feel like that would be, know, I don't know. I don't know this show. Maybe the mom is the antagonist. Are you planning on doing a choose your own adventure series? Nah, I mean, maybe I'll just like stream myself working on it and people can tell me what should happen while I'm drawing it, and you can like it's like Twitch plays Pokemon where you can steer the ship a little bit. Um yeah, yeah. Get out of here. Uh streaming 4 hours? I've just been talking for most of it. Alright, well yeah, I'll be back soon, probably. Maybe just to stream when I'm like not that busy. Uh, talk about this shit. uh, the like inflation of Wii games, by there being so many and so many of them are bad. They all look bad, even if you don't know. I'll be back. I'll be back soon. Back someday. I don't know when. Maybe later today. Bye.